Hello everyone, how are you all doing today? Let me just make sure volume is at good level. Yeah, so as the title implies, we're gonna be Honeyzilia. Hello, thank you so much for the 22-month resub. Yeah, Happy New Year, first stream of 2026. Hello, hey, howdy, hey. Yeah, so as the title suggests, we are going to be adding a new character to Nightmare Kart. Hopefully it's not going to be too difficult. But if we have time, I would like to finish up one of the karts as well, which is mostly finished. So in terms of all this is being done in preparation for MagFest, which I and the Nightmare Kart arcade cabinet are going to be at. And I want to add the 2 new levels that have been finished to the cab, and the new character, Victor, who will be the main character of the Nightmare Kart DLC. And he has a cart as well. And the cart is mostly finished. So, you know, I want to get all those things added to the cabinet for MagFest as a little preview of the DLC. I think that'd be great. All 4 of these things, the 2 racetracks, Victor, the character, and his cart, are all at some stage of like almost done. They're all past 90% finished, right? But we just need that last push to get them all fully integrated, right? They need to be like selected in the menus, they need thumbnails, all that stuff. So that's what we're going to be doing today, and without further ado, let's just get into it. Alrighty cakes, so I'm gonna go right into our main viewer, and I am going to, here, let's make the text bigger. There we go. Let's do 1.3. There we go. So hopefully y'all can kind of read what I'm typing in and stuff. Where's our backseating? Not that one. No backseating 2. Cool. All right, there we go. I knew our stream overlay was a bit simplistic. We needed our no backseating rules in giant red text. Because we know, every single stream, we have at least one person trying to tell me what to do, and we don't want that, so let's put the giant red text on screen. Off to the side, hopefully it's not too invasive. Backseating should have been left in 2025. Well, let's see if we can, let's see how many streams into 2026 we can get into before someone starts to backseat. Hopefully it's more than 0, but I wouldn't hold to hope. Okay, so I want to say the music actually for Nightmare Kart is currently on, so that's going to be loud and annoying, so I'm going to turn that off so we can listen to our chill Ocarina of Time vibes. And I guess I'll lower the overall volume as well. Alright, so first things first, we go to free play. We have Old Kart's Keep and Cursed Coast. Those are the 2 new tracks for Nightmare Kart. These are the 2 new main tracks that the DLC will add. How can you backseat a game that isn't finished yet? It's very easy. It's very easy. You can be like making a new character and they have a green hat, and someone would be like, I think it would be better if the hat was red. Like that, like it's very, very simple to backseat someone. It's that easy. Anyways, so yeah, Cursed Coast, Old Kart's Keep. Old Kart's Keep is done? Question mark? I think it is. Well, I want to play through it a couple times. There are a couple balance things. Like, it is technically playable, but I want to say the harpies are a bit too annoying. And Cursed Coast is just missing enemies. So, yeah. So I think, yeah, I want to model new enemies for Cursed Coast, but I think for this preview, I'll just use skeletons. Okay. So, LYAZ leak. I'm going to ask you to send an email to bunlithshow@gmail.com for any inquiries about subtitles. Thank you very much. Anyways, so I think those are the two main things. Also, Cursed Coast, one of the Cursed Coast's biggest features is the shark. And the shark enemy, like the mini boss, I guess. You know, like how Miralodia Expressway has the legally distinct cleric beast, you know, jump onto the track, right? Cursed Coast has a similar one where it's a giant shark with legs. The shark with legs' behavior is bad. It's just bad, right? So I would like to fix that. I don't know if we can fix that by the 7th. So once again, it is technically fully playable, but I do want to fix that up at some point in the future. So anyways, okay, as we can see, the mini-map is actually off screen here. As you can see right here, it's off screen. I swore I addressed that, but I guess not. So we're gonna go ahead and fix that. How about, that'll be the first thing you work on, the mini-map for the Cursed Coast preview. Super simple. So we're gonna go ahead and go to main menu, Kart. And we're gonna let it open. My computer's apparently a little bit slow today, just like me. Alrighty. So, Cursed Coast, 3. So we're gonna shift it a bit to the left. Fortunately, Cursed Coast is very... So not Cursed Coast, Old Kart's Keep is very wide. It is as wide as it is tall, the minimap texture, which is the widest track in Nightmare Kart. All of the tracks are taller than they are wide. Every single one, right? And you look at these minimaps here. They are all taller than they are wide to some degree, but Old Kart's Keep is not. Old Kart's Keep is exactly as wide as it is tall. So, it took a little bit of extra work to get that mini map to fit into that preview screen. So as you can see, it is causing a few bugs. It is clipping off the side of the screen. So I actually had to display it at a smaller size compared to all the other tracks in the game. Okay. And it appears to be causing some issues. Alrighty, so we are going to... See, now it's too far to the left. Nightmare cards. You know what? That is good enough. Let's shift it over by one more unit. Jarvis says, hello everyone, I'm excited for the show. Oh, Bundle Show? Yeah, I actually started production has officially started. I am for 1 week, and then I'm off to MagFest. And then when I get back, I guess production will start, but like for real this time. But yeah, I'm excited for that. Okay, there you go. That map is Good enough. Cool. Awesome. So there you go. First things first. First things done. Okay, so now we're gonna do an actual race. Matrix Code, thank you so much for the 13-month resub. Funny coding, your streams are very inspiring. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you're welcome. So okay, so first biggest thing I think is that Old Kart's Keep does not have the music is not finished, and I'm not going to even try to get that in because the composer, the Noble Demon, is very booked right now, and I really do not want to put any pressure on that person. So we're just going to reuse an existing track for now. I want to say audio is not really of a high priority for the Nightmare Kart arcade cabinet, so it won't be the end of the world. Hunter. So yeah, that's, you know, that is a known thing. The music for Old Kart's Keep is not finished. So this preview for MagFest will have a different track, or, you know, a reused track, but you won't even be hearing it because the music's turned off. So actually, let's actually play the music, just so we can make sure everything's balanced properly, because there's a lot of new sounds in Old Kart's Keep with the harpies cawing and stuff. So we also need the voice lines from our announcer, Wes Wiggins, who we should be able to get that in before the 7th. So known thing, don't worry, it will be added. Yeah, so let us add the we are going to be playing at a very reduced. We're going to be having some frame rate issues because of all my streaming stuff. So I'm actually going to disable my VTuber for now, just so we can get some of our performance back. We're going to, yeah, so there's going to be an empty chair. Do you have our PNG tubers open? Let me switch over to PNG tuber. There we go. Ah. Okay, I think we're going to still get some frame rate issues. This will primarily be because of the NPC navigation. But let's see how we do. Okay, yeah, that's way too bad. So we're gonna do 3 NPC and enemy NPC racers. Don't worry, this is just because we're playing with uncompiled code and all my streaming shit is on and my computer is old and bad. So I promise it runs significantly better in the actual released game. Right, we're not playing a video game here. We are not playing a launched video game. This is very inefficient because we're previewing it in Unreal Engine with uncompiled code. I got cursed. Cursing will invert your steering. Yeah, so one of the biggest things that the DLC adds is status effects. There is drowning in Cursed Coast, and there is, funnily enough, curse in Old Kart's Keep, which is not Cursed Coast. Like, this seems, I don't know, there's nothing apparent that's jumping out to me as like, this is unfinished. You know? Maybe the bottomless pits could fade to black better. I don't really care. This hop's a bit awkward, but once again, these are like tiny things. They're not unfinished, they're just things I would want to tweak, you know, polish. Because right now I'm kind of just looking for things that'll make people, you know, comment, this is unfinished. And most of the things I'm seeing here are just like performance tweaks. Go for the shortcut. That moon is probably too big. It's so funny, chat. It's, you know, it's full moon, or it was yesterday, or it was very recently. You can fact check that. You can fact check me on that if you want. But I remember my friend was like, "Oh, it's the full moon." I looked up and I'm like, "Damn, that moon is tiny as hell." Because I'm just so used to seeing exaggerated large moon in Nightmare Kart, which I feel like I am like increasing the size on by like 5% every time I make a new level and add a new moon. I make the moon like bigger and epicer every time. So I think I might scale the moon size down because that's a bit ridiculous. Also, you can never hit those power-ups there. You always jump over them. So I'm going to just remove those. IRL needs to scale their moon up? Yes. Good gothic aesthetic, it's true. But there's obviously always a point where things can be pushed too far. And I think I did. And seeing as this is a game that I'm working on, what I think, obviously, takes priority. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. That seems good, though. But yeah, sure, I'll take 5 seconds to scale down. The moon a little bit. Old carts keep. There we go. That seems a little better. That seems a little better. And yeah, these power-ups you'll never get because you land like over here. So I'm just gonna delete these. And I believe we have navigation ready to go. Yes, okay, yeah. So navigation's done. We got all the jumps added in. You ever just want to reach up to the moon and enlarge it during a casual night stroll? No, I can't say that I have, but now that you've asked that, I guess. Unreal has the pathfinding blue strip just like Unity. Yeah, I want to say like most game engines are kind of identical at this point in terms of like the big overarching stuff, you know, generating a nav mesh and all that stuff. You know, everything's moving to PBR, or already has for years, which I'm not a big fan of. And, you know, temporal anti-aliasing and using AI to upscale your fucking shit and fuck. You know, I love that. DLSS or PSSR, you know, whatever the fuck. Machine learning. Is DLSS, that's like machine learning, right? Yes. So I don't know if I want to call that AI, but it is definitely deep learning to make your graphics look better than they actually are, which sucks. Anyways, technology is vague enough that people will slap AI label on anything. Yes, but I want to say at the base of Gen AI, it is machine learning, right? And I don't know. Is it a square versus rectangle kind of thing, right? I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, we are going to call Old Kart's Keep map level done. So that's done. 1 of 4. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Okay. So let's actually do what the title of the stream is doing, which is adding our new character. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the test map. The other test map. I have 2 test maps. Okay, so what is this? We got a warning. Lucia says, I want to say I'm happy that Witch Upstairs just got Italian subtitles. Oh yes, we just added Japanese and Italian subtitles to The Witch Upstairs. We got that commissioned. So it was super exciting. And we're gonna, off the top of my head, we currently have 7 subtitles, including English. I forget what's left, if there are any. So I can't tell you off the top of my head what is left, but 7's pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Who am I adding? We are adding the main character of the Nightmare Kart DLC. We could probably switch back to our VTuber. So let's go. Let's get off the PNG tuber and go to our VTuber. I really need a new computer so bad. There we go. She's back, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so. So Victor, there we go. Victor is a protagonist, and the protagonist can drive any kart. That is the thing that only the protagonist can do. All the other characters are... God, I'm so fucking sick of hearing these fucking harpies. So, all the other racers can only drive on their respective kart, right? But we finally got the voice acting, general gameplay voice acting in for Victor. So it is now time for us to fully integrate. I believe we have everything we need for him. So, I don't, I think we have everything. I'm gonna do a quick check. So I think the main thing was, triggering the animations, because he uses the same animations as the hunter. So we need to plug in all the existing animations into the system, and we need to make sure all of his VO taunts are gameplay VO are properly plugged in. So I mean, yeah, I think we got all of the Victor deal damage taunts, take damage taunts, first place taunt. I'll play him as we go through.
Right where I belong.
Right where I belong. Yeah, he's very smug.
I must win.
Perfect. Win race.
I will become the greatest racer in all of Miralodia.
Death.
I must seal her.
Perfect. Kind of quiet. I'm gonna boost that volume a little bit. And countered. We actually have a unique counter.
This cannot be.
This cannot be. This is by Tom Schalk. Tom Schalk. I realized I never said his name out loud before. His last name. So my apologies. Also, Victor's unique. He has a unique quirk where he counts the number of enemies he kills. So that's what all these are. Trick should just be like a laugh. Callie Rania, thank you so much for the rate of 3. Faster! Yeah. So that's yeah, okay, so that's in. We will obviously do a test race to confirm that that's all in. Excuse me. But next up, the more important one, because if he's missing some VO lines, that's fine. That won't cause the game to soft lock or anything. So, or partially soft lock. Voice acting. The voice actings are so well done. Yes, every single person who's contributed voice talent to Nightmare Kart have all been above and beyond, and I'm so happy to work with more people to add more characters and stuff. So the big thing for that is missing for Victor, I believe, that I only worked on partially, is the animations. So if you try to use a power-up that has an associated animation and the animation is missing, or it's not plugged in, your character will soft lock, at least the power-up functionality, right? Because the system will wait for the animation to finish to continue the code, but there's no animation, so there's a null reference for the amount of time that is required for the animation to finish. So it just soft locks, it breaks, right? Because we're missing a piece of the code. So we need to go in, and since we are reusing all the animations for the hunter, because Victor is a biped who with the same proportions, obviously intentionally designed that way, because we're working within limitations, right? I am a single girl, and I am making a whole game. I am programming, I am coding a whole game, and doing the animations for the whole game. I cannot, afford to do, I forget how many animations are required for each character, but it's a lot. So he is reusing animations. Of course, he has his own cart, which is the Hunter's Chariot, which do have, an entire suite of animations, but the Hunter will also use those animations as well. So obviously, Victor's cart is seen as his, so that is technically, I guess, his animations, but the Hunter can also use the Chariot as well, and will reuse those animations. So if you want to get, technical, I guess the Hunter's Chariot is Victor's animations that the Hunter reuses, and every other cart are the Hunter's animations that Victor reuses, if you want to be charitable at least. Get it? Charitable. Trash338 says, happy Sunday. I hope you had a great Yagmas and New Year's. Thank you. will you make a port for any, Eclipse says, will you ever make a port for any old gen console? Are you asking if this game will actually run on PS1? No. Unreal Engine 4 cannot port to PS1. At least not natively. And I've seen people do like experimental things where they're like combining Unreal Engine with a leaked PS1 dev kit. But it doesn't just, you'd have to basically reprogram the whole thing for it to work. I think the furthest I've ever seen on those type of experimental branches is it just exports the geometry. So yeah, like PS3, that would be illegal, I believe. I would need to I need to work through official Sony channels, and if I were to go through the effort of going through official Sony channels to release a game on their console officially and professionally, it would probably be the PS5. I would not, putting a bunch of hours and time and money, a lot of money, getting my hands on dev kits, getting access to all the official tools. I would probably want to spend that time on a console that people are actually using. To be fair, people have ported Bunlith to PS1 games using mods. So PS1 can handle Bunlith, trash. Okay, so we need to go to all of the power-ups. So we see right here. So this is the animation system. And as you can see, Victor is empty. So we're going to grab the Hunter animations and plug them into Victor. That's basically all we need to do. So basically the Hunter and Victor are both protagonists. They can use every cart. Also Fodder, which are just reskins of the Hunter rig. Also use the same cart. So like the skeleton, or the mummy, or the phantom, those all use the Hunter animations as well. Anyways, so yeah, we need to go through all of our power-ups and kind of just plug plug the Hunter functionality into Victor. It looks like Horse's carriage is empty. That's interesting. I think I found a bug ? But it might have been a... That is so funny. So basically this is called the anim montage. Don't look at this character. I don't know who this is. Who is this? There we go. So this is called the animation montage. This is basically a list of all of the like contextual animations that a player can use. So we have the rifle reloads, we have the, what is this? Yeah, we have the throw, we have the weapon attack, and Call Beyond. I mean, Galaxy's End. So, in the cart for throwing the Molotov, for the horseless carriage specifically, there's an empty reference here, it's none. So when that happens, when you tell a system to play an animation montage, but don't tell it where to play, it'll just play the first one by default, which is the throw, or the axe swing, which is identical to the throw, but it has the little trail behind it. So that is technically a bug that plays the correct animation anyways, kind of. But I do want to fix that, so we'll put in the actual name title in there. That is a fun little oversight. Anyways, yeah, so that's Molotov release. Now we're gonna blitz through the rest of them and just plug in the Hunter animations and, the animation montage and the animation title. For the rest of all the power-ups, there are a lot of power-ups, so we're gonna go ahead and just go through them all. Firearms is, I believe, just the pistol and the shotgun. The pistol does not have an animation. a reload animation. It has the aiming animation, but the aiming animation is not contextual. It's not part of the anim montage. But the reload is. The reload is a contextual animation. So, looks like Victor's plugged in already. As you can see, I kind of went through and did some of these already as I needed them. But now that we're, you know, going for a release of some sort, we need to make sure they're all in. The chipper chain wheels and the minigun don't have any animations. They just spawn and upgrade your cart. They spawn an attachment to your cart that your character does not actually animate to use. Melee weapon. Once again, horse's carriage is empty because the first animation is the attack animation. So that's just kind of like an oversight that ended up working out for us, which is why we couldn't catch the bug. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Via testing. Quinny, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Hello, 30-month streak. Big 30, big 30. Oh, that's 2.5 years. That's crazy. But yeah, we couldn't catch it in testing because, you know, the null reference just caused it to automatically play the correct animation anyways, which is technically a bug, even though the end result is identical to it not being a bug. So let's just fix it for peace of mind, shall we? Okay, so, what is next? Melee weapon swing. Okay, now I gotta do all the consumables. So the health transfuser. Looks like Victor is plugged in. Cool. Looks like most of these are plugged in except for the Molotov, which is a new power-up for the DLC. So that wasn't an oversight. That was just unfinished. And we just went through and finished it. Okay. Now we got the Aether Vials. Victor is plugged in. So we just got to go through and just make sure everything is plugged in correctly. Looks like most, if not all of them are. But we're going to be thorough. Okay, blood droplets. Victor is plugged in, and his animation title is plugged in. Okay, cool. We basically plug in a list of animations, and then we need to tell animations, give it a title, and tell it which animation from the list to play. That's where there's two things we need to plug in. The anim montage with the list, and the title, the name. All right, and then the Molotov mine. All right, Victor's plug-in, animation list, and the name. Cool, very good, very cool. Okay, and then we're gonna go through Galaxy's End, the blue shell. Yep, Victor's plugged in, and the name is plugged in. Once again, horse's carriage, empty. Fascinating. Why are these all empty? We're gonna have to do a playthrough of horse's carriage just to make sure there's no weird oversights. Okay, cool. Beast transform is unique to Father Gregory. Piercing rifle. All right, that's one of the big ones. That one requires a lot of code for this one. The sniper rifle. And Victor is plugged in. Obviously, the silver rifle, I believe, uses the same animation system. Battle objective, that is the skull, the flag, the insight, capture the insight. That uses the throw, same as the Molotov generic throw power up, right? Okay, once again, horse's carriage. What is going on here? Has the horse's carriage been broken this whole time? There's no way that can be true. But once again, once again, the null reference for horse's carriage is the throw animation. So these do all technically work. That's just crazy. God, who programmed this game? She's a fucking hack. And then the secret moon shard power up, which is technically a full power up. It just doesn't do anything except increment a secret value in your save file. That's all it does. She's a hack. She do be hacking her own game. What is hacking? If a person who's making a game is modifying the code, would that be hacking or would that just be more developing? Define a chair. Okay. So we're gonna compile. The Kart code is the most complicated. Okay, chat. Okay, I'm going to tell you something. So the code for the main character is so impossibly large that it is very convoluted and very messy and gross. This is the main event graph. Honestly, I don't know. There's a lot of crap in here, but it is mostly like, you know, you can't follow most of these lines. It's not as spaghetti as it could be. Okay, it's a little messed up here, but like this is just one graph, right? This is the main graph. This is the power up graph, and all of these have their own graphs inside of them, which, you know, aren't too bad. The origins of Nightmare Kart, but this is just for the player, the main character pawn, right? Like this is the main character code. If I were a good girl, I would have broken all these into separate components so they could all compile separately instead of one big mess of code, right? But I'm not a good girl, I'm a bad girl, and I made a mess of code, and I felt like, you know, it made me feel a little bit like a hack, a poser, you know. But chat, I'm gonna tell you something that's seemingly unrelated. Twilight Princess, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess has been decompiled, and I'm going to show you the decompilation. Right. For those who don't know what that means, basically, people were able to reverse engineer the source code of Twilight Princess. All right. Here's the GitHub map. This is all the code, right? This is a visualization of all the code in the Twilight Princess decompilation. This is the source code, right? For each like piece of the game. You want to guess what this giant square that takes up a sizable chunk of the entire game's code is? Oh, what's that? It's Link. Is that? Oh, look at that. It's the main character pawn taking up the vast majority of the game's code. You know, when I saw that, that made me feel a little bit better about myself. Anyways, so it looks like everything was plugged in. The only thing that wasn't was a Molotov. I don't know. We all hold ourselves, especially when it comes to programming, because there is a theoretical perfect way to code, I guess. I don't know if that's realistic, but like I feel like a lot of programmers have been trained to do things, you know, as 100% efficiently and perfectly as possible. And, you know, we're in a culture now where if you ever share your art, people will be judgmental of it, just by nature of how social media works. So there's a lot of pressure to be as perfect as possible, and that is obviously unobtainable. That is impossible. So just knowing that other games, you know, some of the highest rated, highest beloved, most beloved games of all time contain messy mistakes and imperfections, like mine, makes me feel a little better. Perfection, a gentle M says, perfection is a myth made by big shame to sell more shame. You jest, but like kind of, yeah. Okay, so Victor should be fully playable. So we're gonna do a race. And we're gonna do the horseless carriage, just to make sure everything's fucking working. Oh, excuse me. Turn the music off. Oh, I'm so silly. Victor has not been added to the player roster yet. So that's the big thing we need to do. The character select screen. Victor's not in the character select screen yet. He needs to be added separately, manually, which is, once again, something that should be handled automatically if I was a better coder when I started making this game. If I ever make another kart racer, I don't think I'll make another kart racer, right? Like I wouldn't make, I mean, I guess glitch karts technically, but if I ever made another like kart racer, I wouldn't think I would make it a standalone game. I'd make it like an extra bonus mode for an existing game. Anyways, if I did that, I would, you know, if I'm gonna preface this, I am not going to ever make Nightmare Kart 2. Don't even think about that. But hypothetically, if I did make a sequel, there would be a lot of underlying programming changes that would cause things to be updated automatically instead of me manually having to do everything myself. Like, you know, I make a new character and he's fully playable, but I still have to go into the character select screen and do a bunch of the same thing again a second time to just add them to the character select screen. Like, that's a horrible oversight. I'm a hack developer, right? So I want to, like, if I had a chance to go back in time with my current knowledge to make Nightmare Kart for, again, a second time, you know, there were a lot of things I would change to make adding new content a lot easier. The character select screen is sponsored by Outsiders Mansion. What does that mean? Okay, so the Racer Kart select screen. One thing I am pretty proud of is most of the game's menus are segmented and embedded in each other. So a bunch of the menus are separate and embedded in each other, all right? The entire main menu isn't one massive, you know, mess of code. I mean, it kind of is, but like the racer and kart selection screens are a separate menu that I embed into the main menu. So it's more modular, which is better, air quotes. Anyways, so what we need to do is, first off, we need a thumbnail. We need the thumbnail for the character, which I believe. Right, so here's the thumbnail for Mistress Mary. That's 128 by 128. Okay, super cool. So I'm going to grab the close-up of Victor from the Old Karts teaser. Warbird says, "I hate Bunlith, hope you're doing well." I'm doing pretty good. So we're going to open up the this is technically a cutscene. Oh, Sigmarker, thank you so much for the 16-month resub. Hello. Happy New Year, 2026. Off to a horrible start, but we are powering through it, motherfucker. Right, so like this would be our thumbnail, right? This, or I guess, or the close up of the eye. But that's too close. This wouldn't be readable as a thumbnail. So we're gonna do, I'd love to have the eye in there, but you know, we will not do that. And I'm going to ask you to not backseat and tell me to add the eye or whatever. Trust the process, it's fine. This trailer was made in Unreal Engine. Yeah, it's a cutscene. This is the wrong art program. This is MS Paint. All right. Oh, we're just gonna drag a box. There we go. Boom. We're going to knock out the backgrounds. We are going to set to 128. 128. I guess we'll do a bilinear. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna cheat a little bit and make his eye hole actually round. There we go. And that is our what the fuck? And that is our thumbnail for Victor. So we're gonna export that. Let me see. Where's the source file for this? Icons, the UI icons folder, of course. Cool. So we're gonna add Victor. Boom. There's our Victor icon. We obviously need to turn filtering off. There's a PS1 game. Texture filtering. What's that? Our pixels are raw and crispy. User interface. There we go. I don't know why his icon doesn't have the... Oh, 2D pixels. There we go. Okay, cool. We're good now. Who is that? Luna, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Pixels so sharp I could see them. Use them as a letter opener. Right. Very sharp. Okay, so there's our icon. So, racer card select screen. As you can see, all the races are added one at a time with a copy-pasted block of code. Very inefficient. Horrible. But we can't rewrite the entire code of a game that's launched already. That would be even worse. Unless it's like branded. I mean, I guess it is a DLC update, so we have a little bit of more leeway there. But you know, there are some updates that you should probably save for a sequel instead of trying to, you know, it's very common for people making games, especially starting out, to be stuck in an endless loop of completely rewriting your game over and over and over again, and your game never finishes, right? And people, that is technically a kind of development hell. And we do not want to be in development hell, right? We want to launch this game. This game is coming out. So I could rewrite all this code if I wanted to, but I want this game to actually come out. So here we are. So now we need to actually add Victor. This is our like button, right? Our like racer button. Stat, thank you so much for the subscription that was gifted to you by Psycho. Gentle M says, too real, me and a few pals used to work on a big game and it died that exact way. Right. Okay, so we're going to go into the code, right? And I'm going to just delete that. Yeah, there's a lot of cruft in here. Holdover code from back when this is Bloodborne Kart, which obviously you never see, but it is kind of just hanging out in there. It might even be deleted on compile because it's not used. But anyways, so right. So we need to add in the names for all the characters, right? So Victor. I wonder if I can just plug this in directly. Might as well add the Harpy as well. We should add the other carts, the other racers, but that's a stretch goal, right? The other fodder carts, right? So the Harpies and the Phantom Prisoners, I believe their names are. Anyways, but so we got the name title. Which is a bit of a redundancy there, but once again, we don't have to rewrite the whole thing. Next up is the Victor thumbnail, which we just made. There you are. With his silver rifle. Victor's silver rifle, that is his unique power-up that you use multiple times in the main campaign, his silver rifle. Vari, thank you so much for the, oh my gosh, Vent Zekart is gifting 5 Q1 subs to the community. Thank you so much. We got a hype train going. How exciting, thank you so much. Yeah, so we're gonna go into, I guess we'll just go back into the main menu. We don't need to grab that, we don't need that cutscene anymore. The second time, vent the cart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so, Victor is now added to, I believe Victor is not fully added, but his button is added, but it will not be visible until we unlock him. I want, he's gonna be unlocked from the start. So you just boot up the DLC for the first time, and he's just there, right? He's just a free unlock. You don't have to like beat the first mission of the campaign DLC to unlock him. He's just there, right? So what we need to do is two things. If you start a brand new game, like you're playing Nightmare Kart for the first time, right? The DLC came out and you're like, oh, I've always been meaning to play this game. And then you download it. It should be the default. It should be unlocked from the start, right? So when it builds your save file for the first time, there are currently 5 carts that are currently unlocked from the start. So if you never touched a campaign, there's 5 carts in your free play racers, right? You got the Hunter, you got Onette, the doll, you have Herman, the old guy in the wheelchair, and you have the Dream Watchers, 3 little Dream Watchers, and 5th one is the fodder carts. All the fodder cards. They only take up 1 slot, and then you press down to change which fodder, right? So now we want it to be 6. We want Victor to be in this starting roster, right? So we're gonna go into the game instance. The game instance is basically your cached save file, or partially your cached save file. So you have your save file, which is a .sav, and then you have your game instance, which holds that data in a cache, right? So you don't have to load and save every time you shoot your gun, for example, in like a shooter, right? That like saves your number of bullets you have. Every time you shoot, it doesn't need to save your game. It just updates that value in a cache, and then when you click save, it'll take that cache and put it into the save file, right? So you kind of have 2 versions of your save file. So we're gonna go into the cache. Let me move this over so you can actually see what I'm doing. So the unlocked racer is in save. Let me see if I remember where all my shit is. Unlocked carts, unlocked racers, free play, right? So here's our list of unlocked racers, right? Hunter, Onette, Herman, Dream Watchers, and fodder. This is the default value. So when you start a new game, these are unlocked already. So we're going to add Victor. So Victor is now part of this save file. So when we assemble a new save file, when you boot the game up for the first time, it will now have 6 racers. But this is just the cache. So we want to update, I mean a crash. If we update the cache, we're gonna crash. No, we're good. Okay, now we're gonna actually go to the save file. The player save, not the core save. The core save is like your settings and stuff, right? But we're gonna be in the player. We're gonna do the player save. So once again, unlocked carts, unlocked racers, free play. Yes. So once again, unlocked racers, free play is actually empty. Okay. So I guess we don't need to update that. Actually, yeah, I think the save. The save is generated using the default values of the cache file when you boot up, which is a bit scrungly, but that is what we're doing. We're not going to change any fundamentals for how Nightmare Kart works. Like Blender and Blend 1 files, kind of. Blend 1 files, they are technically a cache, but that's a backup. This game instance cache file is not a backup. It is very much required and needed for the game to function. If you don't have Blend 1 files, Blender would still totally work. But anyways, Okay, so this is only part of the issue. So because this cache file is generating a new save with Victor in it, but if you've already played Nightmare Kart, we're not generating a new save. We're loading a save. So when you load a save and Victor isn't in there, then you're just never going to get Victor, because you're not going to create, unless you delete all your progress and create a new save, which then has Victor added to it. So for returning players, I have a second thing here. I believe it's in the game instance. Oh shit. Outfit. Whoa, that's a lot of outfit swaps. Okay. Pajama bunless. Glasses. No hat. Okay. So, I forget. Basically, on boot, it'll check if you don't have the default carts unlocked, and if they are, they'll just give you the unlock for like at boot. I forget. At boot, air quotes, is could be in multiple places. It could be in the game instance. It could be in the actual map. On boots, yeah, these are the unlocks, the achievements. The free spaghetti strap, yeah, y'all fan of that. Okay, so it's not here. That's fine. We're gonna close that. We need to find out where this is added. I want to say this is in the menu, the PS1 intro, which is still technically loaded into, but doesn't play the animation, obviously. That would be a problem. What program is this in Unreal Engine 4? Is it here? Rhetorical question, don't worry. So it has to be in the main menu code. The main menu blueprint. I think that's the only other place it would check and be added. Once again, I'm just sharing my process. You don't need to tell me where to look. Here we go. This actually unlocks everything. I think this was a debugged tool. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Right here. So at the start, this is begin play. Yeah. So as soon as the main menu loads, it checks by an add unique. It adds all these racers if you don't have them already. So we're going to fodder, Dream Watchers, Herman, Onet, and then we're gonna add Victor to this list. And do we add Victor's cart? No, we're gonna add Victor's cart. You're gonna unlock Victor's cart, the chariot, from gameplay. You're gonna get that unlocked via gameplay. It's just for free play though, right? The actual campaign does not use these values, right? This is unlocked racers and carts for free play. So now, theoretically, if we start our game, main menu, there he is. It says Beast Claws, so that's wrong. And obviously we haven't plugged his character preview in the background there, right? Right. So it says Beast Claws, which is wrong. And obviously there is nothing in the preview. So let us do some debugging. It's time to debug. Say the line Gianni. Wes Wiggins is the announcer that says the names. Unless you mean Nightmare Kart. We have 2 announcers. We have Wes and Gianni. Okay, so why did it say rhetorical question? Why did it say Beast Claws? Oh, the Yag one. Oh yeah, when you unlock Bunleth, he goes Yag. So Victor was there. The boy was there. There. Pocket says hello. Hi. Hello. Okay, so we're gonna look at the code. Looks very complicated. Video games are very complicated. Oops. All right. I'm gonna do picture-in-picture of our game and our code. This is possible. Oh, it says Victor now. It said Beast Claws. Now it says Victor. I did do some modifications, but I didn't think it'd be okay. I guess I fixed it by updating a few values that I thought were unrelated. Goops. Yep, there's Victor. Okay, cool. Now Victor can, so when you go into the hunter, right, we can select our carts. But Victor, and if you go to the fodder, we can select which cart you want. Victor should also allow you to select what cart you want, but currently it doesn't. Victor is treated like every other racer who have a dedicated cart, as you can see in the background, right? Onette drives the horseless carriage, Herman drives the motorized wheelchair, Dreamwatchers drives the cart, right? So Victor should drive any cart. But first, we need the character to actually show up in background. Which should be very simple. What's the lore on Yag? It's a typo that got popular. Short version. You know, it's a typo like for gore. You know, like it's like one of those popular typos. Definitely not in vogue anymore. But, you know, I'm still carrying that torch. Okay, so we are going to eraser select screen. Funnily enough, there's an entire environment here that is the intro for the game, right? When the Dream Watchers make you sign a contract and stuff. But all in the actual game, you only see the Dream Watchers and then it pans up, right? But there is actually way more to the environment here, because the intro cutscene. I think this is from the intro cutscene from Bloodborne PSX. I used the same code progression. Anyways, we're gonna go. So this is the actual select screen right here, which this is the main menu racers previewer. All right, so this is what actually displays the characters. So which character display? Victor is empty, as you can see, so it doesn't display a character. So we are going to add a new slot here. Plenty of things for the watchers to stim on. We're not giving contracts. Sure. So we're just going to copy the hunter, because Victor is technically a hunter reskin, but can talk. In terms of free play, right? Obviously, he's a very distinct character in the campaign. Oops. Ah, shit. Okay. Plug you in here. Rename me to Victor. Okay. Baby carriage. Baby carriage must be unique to Hunter. Baby carriage is unique to the Hunter. Because the Hunter, spoilers for Bloodborne, the Hunter is in a unique form to be able to fit inside the baby carriage, and the Hunter can access that form due to story reasons, which is something that is unique to the Hunter. So both the fodder and now Victor cannot race in the baby carriage, because the baby carriage is too small for a regular biped to fit in. But the Hunter can due to story reasons. So the baby carriage is unique to the Hunter. And I guess Baby Margot, which is another character. So... And I'm saying that specifically because there is an exception in the code for baby carriage. So we're just going to remove that. We're going to remove this exception. Somebody save my baby! The invisible baby! You know, like the invisible baby from Bloodborne, right? There's an invisible baby. Okay, so we're gonna grab the Victor mesh. Right, this beautiful mesh. We're gonna plug that in. He has heals, by the way. He has period accurate heals for men. Because, you know, heals were not feminine until relatively pretty recently. Anyways, and we're going to play this animation. This was originally the animation for the Hunter. The cool pose, right? This was originally the animation for the Hunter, but we made a new animation. I don't know. I don't have it on hand. Is Hunter retitle? This one. So we made a new animation for a Hunter to show off his claw, right? He uses a beast claw. So now we're gonna reuse this animation for Victor. Maybe. I don't know. It works, right? If we were to make a new one, I'd have him like cinching his little rough tie thing. But for now, we're gonna use this animation. I don't want the stream to go on too long. We could make a new animation, but we're gonna use that one for now. But the okay, actually, you know what? No, this animation is outdated. Okay, you know what? Actually, I lied. We are going to make an animation for Victor. We're going to do it right now. We're going to do an awesome animation. It's going to be awesome. Any song requests for Ocarina of Time music that is good to stream to? Specifically Ocarina of Time, the original OST. We've listened to Zora's Domain for a while now. Okay, where's Victor? Victor source. Forest Temple is too creepy. Fire Temple is too contentious. Good music is streamed to, not just good music in general. Honestly, this pose would be perfect for Victor. Hold on 1 second, chat. I need to blow my nose. I'm back. Let's see what the suggestions are at. Kakariko, Lon Lon Ranch. I guess Lon Lon Ranch was suggested first. "10 hours of Lon Lon Ranch, motherfucker!" Okay. Yeah, this is perfect. Of course. Where's the blackout material? Your head is hollow, dude! Anyways. Idle cane pose. Yeah, this is perfect, actually. I'm gonna be honest, MIDI Milan is kind of annoying. Can we do one without her? She's too loud. Okay, we're actually gonna do Kakariko then. No head. Okay. Y'all are so funny. Y'all are hilarious. Where is my chapstick? There we go. Perfect. Okay. And where is my liner pen? Okay. Yeah, so this is perfect. We're gonna have you put your head towards the camera, and we just need to do a breathe cycle. So, very simple. Very simple breathe animation. Okay. So, a little under 2 seconds, right? We're gonna do the breathe in. And now, head up. Breathe in, shoulders up. I guess we'll, volume is probably too loud. How's volume doing, chat? Like, how am I doing? Can you hear the music underneath my voice, or is the music over my voice and is way too freaking loud? Let me know in the comments below. I completely forgot about this pose. It kind of fucks. Sounds good? Alrighty cakes. Now this is an unfinished animation, so I don't want anyone telling me that it looks stiff. You know, yeah, it's unfinished. Because you have an IK pop there. Okay. Our lad is breathing though. I love breathing. You know what, Lucia? That's a hot take, but I think I agree. I love breathing too. And of course, his coattails, we should probably animate as well. Okay, yeah. Our dude is breathing. He's wearing a wheel on his back? Yes. Inspired by Alfred from Bloodborne. He has a giant wheel on his back. Where would you keep your spares? You're so funny. Alright, that's pretty good for a animation. I'm going to add a little more left and right sway. That's too much. There, that looks a lot better. Max just arrived. What did I miss? We are adding Victor, the main character for the DLC, to the character select screen. So we need an idol for him, right? Because, you know, he needs to stand underneath the spotlight like all the other characters. Fun fact: he has orange hair. You never see anything past this, at least so far. But yeah, you get a bit of his chin, you get his hair. You get a tiny little look at that. Alright, so there's our breathing. So, he does have a prop, and adding props to characters in the, there is no support for adding props, for characters in the character select screen. And I'm gonna be honest, I do not want, to do that. Because if we basically for code, the more you expand your code, the more avenues for bugs get introduced, right? So basically, with every line of code you add, just like theoretically, hypothetically, the more potential for bugs there are, right? It's something you need to be wary of, right? If you add more lines of code, then there are theoretically a higher percentage of chances of bugs manifesting, right? So I could theoretically expand the character previewer, the character select previewer code to include props, but that will need to be bug tested, and there could be bugs that break through it, right? So it would be more efficient to make an alternate version of Victor's model where his cane is just part of his model, of his character model, right? And we use it just for the previewer. So he doesn't have a prop because the cane is actually technically a part of him, right? So that might seem like a weird decision for me to make, but now that you know, if you didn't before, I mean, I'm sure there's programmers in here, but you know, the more we're adding less lines of code to the game by doing this, which means we're gonna have we're lowering our chances for bugs to show up, right? So that is why I'm explaining my weird reasoning as to why we're doing this. Okay, so shit, excuse me. Is the cane made of his flesh? No. Like, it is a part of him. It's true. But like his clothes are a part of him too, and his helmet. I don't know why the blackout material is missing for his eye. Do I? That's just part of the. Interesting. Is his bones made of canes? To find a chair. Sorry, it's so funny how frequently every conversation online turns into a variation of to find a chair. Except Victor. Oh, dude, we already have this exact model, Victor Kane. Probably for this exact reason, I never finished it. That is so funny. Do we have this already? Okay, it's not imported. Okay, we're gonna import Victor Kane. Oh, no. I'm so silly. That is the export for his cane by itself. So we're gonna do Victor W Kane, Victor with Kane. The chair conversation. Sorry, I realize people might not know what I mean when I say define a chair. Basically, the define a chair, the ship of Theseus, are shrimps' bugs, is cereal a type of soup? All those questions that are basically boiled down to, I am trying to map the English language into the reality of our world, and I'm exposing that the fact that the English language cannot account for everything that exists in the world. You know, define a chair. Well, how do you define a chair? It has 4 legs, a thing you can sit on, and a back. Well, I just excluded stools. I excluded stools with 3 legs. I excluded chairs with 3 legs. You know, technically, the thing of 4 legs, the thing can sit on and a back, includes a horse, right? It is impossible to define a chair that excludes everything that isn't a chair and includes everything that is a chair, right? Or the ship of Theseus is which ship is Theseus? Is when we remove one chair, one board, and replace it, is it still his? If we remove all the boards and replace it, it's still his, right? They're like moral quandaries that you can never actually answer. And a lot of people do define a chair type of conversations to come off as really smart, right? It's like pseudo intellectual theory, you know, like philosophizing, and it's just kind of taken over the majority of most conversations on the internet. Basically, that's what I say. I shorthand this entire thing into define a chair, right? Am I a chair? I don't know. It depends on the type of person you are and who you ask. You need to sit for this conversation? Yeah, what are you sitting on? A chair? Huh? Is that a chair? Yeah? Are you sitting? Is that a chair you're sitting on? Huh? Anyways, okay, now we're gonna import Victor with Kane to get back to the conversation. Everything is a bucket, Stanley. Is that a Stanley Parable reference? Haven't thought of Stanley Parable in a long time. Okay. Here's Victor. So Victor with cane. So now we've explained why I would want to. It would be better to bake his cane into his model. But why? Black material here. And that's the eye. Like we have like a blackout here. But it's not in his model. I guess we'll just add it again. I think I exported, I think I updated his model when I animated the cutscene and exported it from there directly, which is bad. Which is a bad girl thing that you should never do. We have the blackout right here. Fascinating. Gentle M says, "Can Victor shrink and grow his cane? Like is it like as a kaleidoscope? It does kaleidoscope. Does kaleidoscope. I'm adding this blackout material. It needs to be a bit off the mesh, because the vertices wobble, right? The polygons melt with PS1 graphics. So if they're too close together, the melting polygons will start clipping through each other. So it needs to kind of hover off the model for a little bit. That's all. Okay. How long did it take you to learn coding and graphics? I started in 2007. So almost 20 years now. 19? Math? 19 years. I've been doing this for 19 years. You were 2 or 3 when I started. I'm old. I'm an old woman. Goodness, excuse me. No, I want to be old. Don't get me wrong. I'm excited to be an old woman. I'm excited to be an older lady. Yeah, I'm a 30-something. I'm 33. Okay, we are saving. It updated every single animation in the game. I'm kind of worried that Did I mess something up? This is the default hunter rig. Kuni says, I do enjoy being an elder queer. Yeah, right, exactly. Alright, Unreal Engine is frozen. We're going to see if it crashes. Place your bets, chat. Place your bets. What's going on, chat? Place your bets. Are we gonna crash? Are we not gonna crash? Ba, 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 na, 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 na. Jack says, can Task Manager offer any info? I'm gonna tell you that Task Manager will say it's not responding and offer no information past that. I guarantee you. So this is, we either wait for it to unfreeze, or it crashes, or we force close, which I count as a crash. But seeing as it was saving every single animation file, if we do a force close, that might corrupt every single animation in the game. So I'm going to wait. Oh, we're not crashed. Okay, perfect. We're good. We're good, chat. Bit worried there for a second. Okay, there's Arcane. It is wrong. Okay, I'm actually gonna merge you. Dual wielding canes! Soundboard is cute. I mean, it's pretty basic. I feel like most people have like the audience stuff. Okay. There we go. Now if we play animation, he's gonna have his cane awkwardly there. Right, so none of these animations will really work because his cane will kind of just be glued to his palm, right? Which is fine because we have an animation. This is the only animation we're ever going to use with this model. Idle cane. There you go. Threaded cane, sorry, Maeve says, threaded cane is my favorite starting weapon in Bloodborne, and it's more than viable. Plus, it gives style points. Yes, my favorite weapon as well. That's why it's my, I have a tattooed on my left arm. Okie pokey. So, we're now going to go to, where is Victor? Okay, that's not Victor. Where is Victor? Victor, where are you? There you are, okay. So we have an empty animation folder because we have no unique animations for Victor at this point. We finally have one. Okay, so there we go. There's our animation. Perfect, beautiful. Very in character. I'm really happy with this. So we're gonna grab this. We're gonna go to our, we're gonna go back to our main menu racer previewer model asset. We're not gonna do Victor. We're gonna spawn Victor with cane, and we're going to use the Victor idle cane animation. We're gonna plug that in. There we go. The cart that is displayed is Witch Hunter cart to display. Right. Okay. He is very sassy. He is sassy, he is petty, he is easily aggravated, and pretentious. Because we mixed together Alfred and Valtier from Bloodborne, and they both fit that kind of character archetype. So, you know, I wanted to match that because this is, you know, it is no longer a remake, a Kart version of the old Hunters DLC, but it is still very much in close proximity to it, right? So now if we go into, there he is, boom, beautiful. Victor is in the character select screen. Perfect. Not fully, but there he is. Victor is there. Okie dokie. So, there's 2 things left, I believe. First off, like I said, when the hunter and the fodder both can select any cart. So, right, hunter and fodder, right? But Victor needs that as well. Victor is a protagonist, and the protagonists and the fodder can select any cart when any of the other racers can't. So, right now, you select this character, and it just goes immediately to ready to race. Like any of the other characters that only have one racer, right? So we need to add give Victor the extended functionality to let you select the cart as well. Fodderlith, yeah, that's me. I'm Fodderlith. Okay, so I forget how to do that, so we're gonna dive through the code and figure it out together. So that will be in the racer cart selection screen. So when racer button hovered, there needs to be a button selected. Navigate left, navigate right. Oh, let me close. I have a bunch of tabs open. Let me clean this up. Okay. So when you press the button, call button pressed. Wow. Is that here? Button pressed. For in racer mode. Find a random cart. Oh, we're not random. False. Integer. Which racer? Yes. Right here. Okay, so if we are hunter or fodder, we do not go to ready to race. So we're going to add an option here. Yeah, this is hard coded in. Like I said, there's a lot of hard coding, which is not good. Right? If I rebuilt this game from scratch, I would be doing a lot of things differently. I would probably have everything be in a spreadsheet instead of like these kind of nodes, and it would just read from the spreadsheet. But you know, I built a lot of this a long time ago when I was a less experienced programmer, and you know, that's the problem with long-term projects like this. You're kind of stuck with decisions you make when you are less experienced, right? And you can either, you know, like I said earlier, spend your entire life rewriting the game from scratch and being stuck in development hell, or you just release with code that isn't perfect. There's 2 types of games. Perfect games and release games. Okay, so it didn't go to the racer select screen, so we still have some work to do. But it didn't go to the cart selection screen. Button selected. Main menu cart. Nodes are less worse than sheets. Basically, I said, I don't remember how I did this. So I'm now digging through the code to try and remember how I did this. If everything was in a spreadsheet, I can just open the racer spreadsheet and just add a new racer. And there'd be like, you know, options like, does this racer let you choose your kart? And like plug in, where does the thumbnail go? Like, what is the thumbnail? And I can just add all that to the spreadsheet and the system would just automatically update, right? That's a lot better than me digging through my old code trying to figure out all the shit I need to change to add stuff. Right? That's just a better way, in my opinion, to do it. And Nightmare Kart is a released game. Right, all right. Here's Nightmare Kart. Do you think a Dream Kart exists? Nah. Like I said, I'm not making a sequel. Okay. Racer selected. Okay, so this is the main menu. We've selected our racer. Which racer? Here we go, Hunter and Fodder. Right, so we need to add this exception to add Victor in 2 different places in 2 different nodes. That is bad. Right? Okay. I'm surprised no one recommended Gerudo Valley. Okay, so now we should theoretically have access. There we go. So now we have access to all the carts. This is quieter than the other ones. Once again, audio check. How we doing? Too loud, too quiet? So once again, we don't have the line read for Wes saying Victor, but we do have line reads. Basically, how it works, right? Right. So we select, you know, Herman. You hear, I don't know if you can hear that, but you hear Wes saying Herman, and then you press start, and then we have the voice, you know, the voice of Herman saying, "No one will stop me now." So we don't have the voice for the announcer saying Victor, but we do have plenty of lines from Victor's of Victor, so we can use one of those, which I think defaults to the first place call out. Though Rapodart, thank you so much for the rate of 22. VA, Victor Actor. So yeah, first place, hold on, where do we plug these lines into? Ready to race. So we press start. Plays the line, which is Racer Taunts, which is right here. I'm gonna go to Victor, gameplay, first place.
Of course I'd be here. Right where I belong.
That won't really work. Oh, is it win?
I will become the greatest racer in all of Miralonia!
Yeah, perfect. So we're gonna plug that in. That's kind of his catchphrase. It's a little awkward, but whatever. I felt like if I was a better writer, that'd be better, but whatever. Don't worry, not looking for suggestions. No one tell me how to write the game. I'm just lamenting my own writing skill. That's a lot of lines. There's a lot of characters. It's a big game. It's got a lot of content. Tony King says, "It's lit. It's so cool." Oh, thank you. Yeah, I will become the greatest racer in all of Miralonia.
I will become the greatest racer in all of Miralonia.
Ah, the line's too long. Yeah, the line. I was worried. The line is too long. So it gets cut off by the loading. Okay. That's a shame.
Of course. Oh, yes. This will help. Oh, yes.
Okay, we can do evil laugh. Ugh.
Yes, I must. Excellent. Right on target. Excellent.
Okay, we'll do evil laugh. It's a shame we can't do his catchphrase, but evil laugh will work. I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna make his lines a little bit like 1.2. Make them a little bit louder. One thing that glitch cards did here, let me show y'all. I actually I said, right, if I ever made Nightmare Kart again, I would do some things differently. There's actually one of the glitch cards technically kind of is that, and I did actually add some function. I did expand the functionality of the character select screen. You can go to glitchcards.com. So the character select screen is very similar, with one major addition that I wanted to add to Nightmare Kart, but it's just too late, right? It'd be too much work because there's so many characters, but there's only 4 in glitch cards, so I was able to expand the functionality a little bit. Big fan of the Uzi model. I'm glad. Yeah, I had a lot of fun making all the models. I don't want to start just ranting about glitch cards, but I just want to show you this specifically. Once it loads, it's taking longer than usual. There we go. So when you select a character, it actually plays a unique animation. Right? I actually had a lot of fun with that, and I wanted to do that for a Nightmare Kart, but it was just too late. I have to do 14 different animations and stuff, right? But this was really fun. Adding the unique little animations to go with their voice that plays when you select them. Right. So that was really fun. So Nightmare Kart doesn't have that, but you know, I guess Glitch Karts is kind of a spiritual successor to Nightmare Kart because they use the same code base. So that's something I would love to have done for Nightmare Kart, but that would just be too much work. So it just cuts to black and plays their their sound effect, which is still pretty good. But yeah, you know, now that I'm a better programmer and a better animator, and you know, I can do things faster. For glitch carts, I made the unique little animation. Amazing voice clip, yeah. Tom Schalk. I feel so bad. Tom Schalk. Is that how you pronounce his last name? I feel so awful. I should know how to pronounce this. Tom Schalk. Tom Schalk. Okay, so Tom Schalk's great. Fucking awesome to work with. Incredible voice actor. And just a great guy. But okay, so I think that's everything we have so far for Victor. Now let's see if we can actually do a race. Oh! Yes, okay. So we're gonna do extras. I think the cheat code is oops. Okay, I'm out of time, which unlocks everything. Except for secret characters for free play. Okay. Oh god, the bird cage. Okay, yeah, and he doesn't have the baby carriage. So if we go to Hunter, we have the baby carriage. No baby carriage. Is the baby carriage a unique? I'll need to look into that. Phantom! So we're gonna do the horse's carriage, because the horse's carriage had some bugs that I fixed, so I just wanna make sure they work. Yeah, so we don't have Wes saying Victor, but we do have Old Kart's Keep. Where am I? There I am. Okay. Yeah. Our performance is so bad. Because we have so many tools open. And obviously we're not running on compiled code. One, two, three. Yeah, he counts his kills because he's like, you know, he's like an axe murderer. He's like a crazy guy. Five. Gah!
I will become the greatest racer in all of the...
The camera cut away, so we didn't hear it because it's distance based. In all of Mirror. Cool. I mean that was Victor. So he's in. Now I'm curious because we have bad performance while playing. But do we also have bad performance while playing on another map? Because obviously it's going to be bad no matter what. But if it is worse than every other map, then no, okay, we're at 15 FPS. Okay, cool. Like, it is proportional, right? Like, the performance is bad because we're playing on uncompiled code, and I have like 10 million different VTuber softwares open at the same time, and my computer sucks. But if it is still, if it is still worse than every other map, then we do know that there's a bottleneck there somewhere. But they're all equally bad, so I can probably safely chalk it up to my computer. But obviously we're gonna do some performance tests and all that stuff when the game is in beta or whatever, when we're closer to release. Okay, so that's good. I want to check on, I want to see if we can add Victor's cart, the chariot, to the game before, excuse me, MagFest. So we're gonna open up the test map. He doesn't have his own cart. He does. He does. So we're gonna grab the start over here. Okay. So his cart is the Hunter's Chariot. Which is a fancy word for a period appropriate word for the Segway, right?
This will help.
Yeah, so the Segway cart is getting rid of that fucking harpy. Sick of you. Right. So actually, I just realized I have the trailer camera in the cinematic camera, which technically isn't a feature yet. That is just a debug tool. I would love to make the cinematic camera a debug tool or an official feature, but it is not currently set up for that. So. We're gonna turn that off. Art just got 100%ed with the Segway? What do you mean by that? Oh, like we're done. I see. We're done making art because of the Segway and Nightmare Kart. That's very sweet of you. Like, we're done. We don't need to make any more. We did it. That's very silly. You're very silly. Yeah, but you see how long it takes to compile and save the cart pond because that block of code is so huge? Da-da-doo. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. So this character isn't finished yet. I just don't know what's finished. Obviously, the stamina's wrong. Right? We got way too much stamina there. And the health is wrong too. Actually, this is a cut feature. All the carts used to have different health and stamina stats. But that just wasn't, like, there are some cards that can only do 2 boosts, one after the other, and there are some cards that can do 3 because of the stamina differences. There were some cards that can die after 2 sword slashes, and there are some cards that could die after 3, that can die from 3. And sure, I could change the value so no matter what, everyone can only do 3 boosts and everyone would only die after 3 sword slashes. But then what's the fucking point, right? So I just cut it entirely. I'm just one bunny rabbit. I can't do like fighting game levels of, you know, super intense balancing and balancing patches and stuff. So I kind of just cut it entirely. But the feature is still there. So it's just in the stat screen, they all have the same stat, except for Miralodia, the secret unlock you get for 100%ing the campaign, and getting the secret ending and beating the final boss with no deaths, with max insight. So that character has like a, you know, extra health and stamina because it's kind of like a, you know, the super, you know, it's like playing as Master Hand, right? In Smash Bros. Melee. Which I guess that was like a bug. Now that I think about it, that wasn't a secret. That was like a bug, wasn't it? But you know, like it's like the non-canon super character that you probably shouldn't, you wouldn't be allowed to play in an actual tournament, right? If there was a Nightmare Kart tournament, there actually was one, I think, at MagFest. Anyways, last year. So we're gonna go to Kart. I think we have a Kart stat screen. Yeah. So this actually pulls from a spreadsheet, right? So we do have a proper Kart stat screen in the spreadsheet. And the chariot is not here, which would explain why our stats are wrong. Okay, so stamina is 90, health is 650. All carts have 650 health. Yeah, broken super characters, right? Scary says, I just moved to a new city and I need to unpack all my shit. A bonus stream is exactly what I need in order to lock in. Well, that's good. Where'd you move? And then we gotta do, yeah, weight, handling, and size. What is your size? I'm gonna say 60 is the default size. Handling, I'm gonna put a 0.8. We'll dial these in. And weight, 0.4. Oh, wait, sorry. The lightest cart is 0.4, which is the light bike and the operating table. So let's do 0.5. A little bit heavier, but, you know, it's a Segway, so I guess it would be, you know, it's small, like, compared to a whole-ass horseless carriage. Or the heavy cart, right? This would be on the lighter side, but not the lightest cart. Vio says, hello, it's been multiple months since I last tuned in. Well, welcome back. Now, this is bad because I added to the spreadsheet, but I think I need to actually plug it in manually, I believe, which is bad. I believe. Yeah, see, I need to type in Hunter Chariot for it to actually grab and read the data, which is bad. VO, gotcha. Light bike, you thought of the light cycle? Nah, just in terms of weight, there's the heavy bike and the light bike, which I think is called the Hunter motorcycle and the Crow Feather motorcycle. Because that is, the Crow Feather motorcycle is Raven's bike. But internally, it is the light bike and the heavy bike. Ba 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 na 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 na. Ba da ba da 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 la la la. Do 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 do. Ba da da ba da ba da ba da ba. Okay. Tina loves cats says hi Bunlith. Hello. Hello, Tina loves cats. Do you love cats? Alright, compiling the main cart code, taking forever. Jonas Pride, hello. Let me retweet my announcement that I'm streaming, get some more people in. Okay, so theoretically, we now have proper stats for our segue. Yes, there we go. Okay, yeah. So the stats screen, the health and the stamina now looks like every other card. That's good. He's so silly on his segue. This card's going to be properly revealed at the story trailer. In the story trailer for Nightmare Card Guild cards. Another unique thing is pressing forward and back will have him lean on the cart. It doesn't do anything, but you know, just for game feel. Okay. So let's see what's missing. Do we have tricks? I don't have a jump in here. I don't have a ramp. No, we do have a ramp. Cat Nibbler, hello. We got a lot of cat enjoyers. But we do have tricks. What is missing? Has this cart just been finished this whole time? Okay, well, let's go through the power-ups list. Are they on a segue? They are. That's one of the new carts, is the Hunter Chariot. Okay, yeah, so let's go through all these once again. I need to add. Okay, let me add. Let's go through and just add every single power up in the game. Okay, so we do have the minigun. It is added. Right, and fucking you can angle the no, the bullets will always go forward. Okay, you're right. Okay. The bullets will always the minigun stays horizontal for gameplay purposes, so you don't actually have to worry about aiming up and down. Right. I remember doing that. Okay, Molotov cocktail. Yeah, I mean, we got everything. Curses! Okay. I need to update the Molotov. The Molotov needs to grant. The Molotov was made early in development. Why are these power-ups so big? Oh, they're like 50% larger than they should be. So I added, like I said, I added status effects. The Molotov cocktail was added before I made status effects. So what it should do is when you drive over this fire, it should give you the burning status effect. And then after 3 seconds, it hurts you unless you do a trick or get airtime, which will douse the fire, right? So, but it doesn't. It just lights you on fire, and then for 3 seconds damages you. But I should add the bar right at the top of the screen that fills up as it's burning. Music. Gentle M says, when he said curses, I immediately imagined him shaking his fist. Right. Yeah. Y'all are picking up what I'm putting down. Okay. So we know the firearms. We know the pistol and the shotgun work, but we're gonna add them anyways. Hunter's pistol and the lever action shotgun, or the LA shotgun. All right, so the pistol works. And then the shotgun. Shotgun works. Perfect. But we do have some new power-ups. We have the silver rifle. Yeah, and we have the okay. And we have the animations are all set up. The silver rifle has infinite ammo, but it drains your health when it reloads. But my health looks wrong. Interesting. Okay. I'll have to look at that later. But yeah, there's the silver rifle. Now let's add the sniper rifle. I think it's called the piercing rifle. Okay, piercing rifle is, well, the silver rifle scoped form is a copy of is a reskin of the sniper rifle, which is a normal power up, which is basically just when you run out of bullets, it goes away, right? Let's hit this floating tree. Right, then it goes away, just like any other power up, right? Okay, so that works. What is next on our list of power-ups? We're just going through every power-up and seeing which one has animations and which ones doesn't. Whirligig wheels. I mean, chipper chain wheels. Yep. And you can see him on the cart. Cool. Okay. Good. Melee weapon. Victor needs a melee weapon. Well, I guess he doesn't need one. Basically, every racer has a unique, a different melee weapon. Not all of them. Some of them just, the hunter has like cycles through 5 randomly. Unless it's the campaign, which you can choose your weapon of the 5 weapons. And then most of the other racers have a unique melee weapon, but not all of them. For example, Father Gregory has the Hunter's Axe, which the hunter also uses. The Dream Watchers uses the Straight Razor, right? And Onette, the doll, uses the threaded cane, or I think it's called the threaded sword. In this one, it's just like a whip sword, standard whip sword. So we don't necessarily need to give Victor a unique weapon, and there's nothing in the story. The script, just for context, the script for the DLC is all like 90% done. So I don't think he uses his cane as a melee weapon, right? But for those who noticed, his cane is actually plugged in to his Segway. As you can see, he like plugs it in like a key and turns it to unlock the cart. So we could do a super complicated animation where he pulls the cane out of the cart. I think that's too much though. So I think for now, we're just gonna have him use the straight razor, the beast razor. Actually, I don't think any character uses the rusty razor. I guess we can just have Victor use the rusty razor. But where do I set that? His cane is the handle. He plugs it into his giant wheel, and then the wheel unfolds to make his Segway cart. Right? I always wanted to have, you know, Bloodborne has the transforming, your tool, the tool of your trade, is a transforming weapon, right? So this is something I wanted to do in the main game, but I really couldn't. But I wanted the carts to transform as well. I wanted them to be trick carts, but that was too complicated a concept for me, a single bunny rabbit who's coding this whole thing, and animating it. So I didn't do that, but I think I do want Victor's single cart to be a transforming cart. And I can afford to do that. Every single cart in the game transforming, that would have been too much for a single person to do. But a single cart, Victor's cart transforming, I can afford to do. So he is the one with the transforming cart. Now, I forget how to set each character's weapon. So I might call it a nightmare. Haha, thank you. You're so funny. Thank you for the funny. Excuse me. Part of the year 2026. Well, we're on the 4th day, so we'll see if someone can top that. I forget where they're set, where they're the racer's preferred weapon is set. Here we go. Okay, got it. Which melee weapon? Okay, yeah, so it's in the initialization. So this is a function that's basically every single character and every single cart set up their visuals, right? Set up all their unique stats, right? So we're gonna go to Victor. We're gonna go up to Victor. We're gonna go here. And as you can see, he does not have... Oh. Hold on, chat. Okay. Right. Victor has unique functionality. Victor is a mirror of the hunter, and the hunter has unique functionality for what melee weapon? Shoot. Excuse me. So we're gonna give you the Rusty Razor. I don't think there's any character that has the Rusty Razor. Crescent Axe, Bladed Meat Hooks, Threaded Sword, Threaded... Oh, who else has a Threaded Sword? Who is this? The doll? And... Oh, right, okay. The Great Scythe, the Spark Cage, Beast Razor, this is the Messengers, sorry, the Dream Watchers, Thornblade, Angel Auger, Angel Augur is for both... Right, Angel Augur is both Nicholas and the Moon Presence. Because Nicholas wants to summon the Moon Presence, I think, if I remember the story correctly. Sister's Arsenal, and the Forbidden Tendrils. And the Beast Claws. So no one uses the Rusty Razor, except for the Hunter. So, let's give Victor the Rusty Razor. That weapon is used by no one else. Except for the Hunter, he can use a couple of those weapons. So... Okay, Victor gets the Rusty Razor. There we go. Unused in the main campaign by any of the characters who isn't a Hunter. So... Sure, let's give Victor the Rusty Razor. Once again, the Kart pawn, the main character pawn, is the biggest and most complicated, so it takes the longest to compile. Does he seem like a Rusty Razor kind of guy? I mean, he's going after the old karts, and what is a Rusty Razor than a razor that is old? There you go. That's his melee weapon. The Rusty Razor. Quinny says, legitimately was moving Quinny, I don't think that comment is legible. So I'm gonna ask you to retype that. Vio says, as far as I'm aware, only one racing game has done what you're talking about when it's Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed. Mario Kart 8 does, and so does Diddy Kong Racing, if I'm not mistaken. But those are a mechanic, right? Like you change from a kart to a boat to a airplane. Diddy Kong, actually no, Diddy Kong they don't transform. You just change your kart, your vehicle, right? Quay says, I was legitimately moving my mouse around looking at yours. I was freaking out when my mouse was on all the way to the other side. Gotcha. Yeah, but the transforming in Nightmare Kart, it's just a visual aesthetic, I guess. But yeah, Mario Kart 8 famously has transforming karts to go into anti-grav mode. Definitely not as in-depth as Sonic All-Stars Racing Transform. Yeah, and you have the glider, and you can go underwater, and it gives you a little fan. Okay, anyways. Rusty Razor. Cool. So that's his melee weapon. Where did you get that razor? What do you mean? Did I make it myself? Yeah, I modeled it. I made all the assets for this game. Most of the assets. Like 95% of the assets for this game. Where did I get the Rusty Razor? I found it on the ground. Yeah, it was just gross. You know, I haven't used it in a while. Alright, power up. Alright, so melee weapon. Okay, now I gotta do the three consumables and the... Yeah, 3 consumables. So, the health transfuser, the aether vials, and the blood droplets. Okay. Vio, okay. Yes, Mario Kart is technically a little bit different than what Sonic does. But if you are directly making a comparison to the fact that I was talking about wanting to add transforming karts into Nightmare Kart, that would also be technically different now, wouldn't it? Because I wouldn't have them turning into planes and shit. There you go. There we go. Okay, all these work. And the Molotov Mine, I kind of lump into the same category because it kind of operates the same as a consumable. It plays the same animation and everything. right? And that just gave me a shotgun. What the hell? Why'd you give me a shotgun? What game engine is this? Unreal Engine 4. I haven't upgraded to 5 because this game started development in Unreal Engine 4 and I'm not changing a game engine halfway through development. What the hell? That... Oh! Why? You're not allowed... Okay. Fudge muffins. Right. Okay. This is a contingency. You're not allowed... You're not allowed to get the Molotov mine, in... I banned Molotov mines in a specific mode, so I wrote in a contingency, which is if you somehow get a Molotov mine in the mode that you're not allowed to use it in, which I think is a special stage, it gives you a shotgun instead as a contingency plan. If you somehow get a Molotov mine in that mode, which we must be in currently, it gives you a shotgun instead. Okay, I do remember that. I remember coding that in. So we'll keep an eye out to see. I mean, we can just open the code right here, and if Molotov mine is plugged in, we are good for Hunter Chariot. Here we go, Hunter Chariot. Yep. Okay. So I'm going to circle back on that power up later. But let's keep adding all the power ups and see what is, because so far every single power up has an animation. Let's do battle objective. Battle objective is unique. This is the objective for capture the flag, capture the insight. It's called. It's a ball. It's the eyeball from the Dream Watchers. Yeah, seems to work. It's plain to throw animation. Fun fact, yeah, the battle objective can be launched with launch pads. Cool. Okay. You did all of Mirages. As asks, you did all Nightmare Kart with Blueprint. I never got into UE too much because I felt lazy to learn C++ proper. Yeah, all of Nightmare Kart's done in Blueprints. Not a single line of code was written for this game. Okay, what else is there? Oh, the Moon Shard. Does it fill you with determination? Does it? Moon Shard. Yep, Moon Shard works. What's left? Call Beyond. I mean, Galaxy's End. Is that it? We don't need Beast Transform. Oh, the Moonlight. The secret final weapon in the secret final ending that you spend the whole game assembling. The Moonlight. Does the Moonlight work? It doesn't. Okay, the Moonlight's broken. Okay, so let us plug the information in. Okay, so see, we're catching things. Technically, the Moonlight should only be playable. Only the Hunter can get the Moonlight. The Moonlight is only available in the secret ending for the campaign, and you can only play the campaign as the Hunter. But let's just plug this in for shits and giggles. And theoretically, I don't know if I want to add the DLC carts to the non-DLC campaign. But just in case, let's make sure, you know, it uses the same attack animations. There's no unique animations for the Moonlight. So we might as well plug it in. You know, might as well plug it in. WTF spoilers. Yeah. I didn't, the Moonlight actually, I added the Moonlight because Bloodborne PSX did not have the Moonlight. And that felt wrong, right? Making a From Software remake to not have a Moonlight in it, that felt wrong, right? So I wanted to add the Moonlight to Bloodborne Kart. And I was like, you know, as an apology, because I forgot to, I didn't add the Moonlight to Bloodborne PSX. I wanted to make the Moonlight, I wanted to give the Moonlight some extra, importance, like as an apology. So it ended up being the super secret final weapon, which I guess is Kingsfield as well. But it is not called the Moonlight Greatsword. It is called Radiant Moonlight. This sword has a name. It is the Radiant Moonlight. And I did change the design a little bit. It's the sword on the logo of Nightmare Kart, actually. This is the Nightmare Kart sword. If you look at the Nightmare Kart sword, if you look at the Nightmare Kart logo, it looks like this. Proportions are a bit different, but yeah. Okay, it works. But the Hunter, let's play as the Hunter on the chariot. Legally distinct lunar longsword. Well, From Software doesn't own the rights to the word Moonlight. This should work too. Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. Might as well. I don't think, yeah, this is kind of just bonus work, but it took us 5 minutes, so whatever. I don't think you'd ever, I don't know if you want to, I don't know if you'll be able to access the chariot in the main campaign that isn't DLC. I think want to leave the chariot, all the DLC cards to the DLC, right? So you play the main game, you play the main campaign, you play through it all, and you unlock all of the main game content in the main game for free play. And then in the DLC, you load up the DLC and you play through the DLC to unlock all the DLC content for free play, right? So the idea of bringing the DLC content into the main game campaign, that doesn't really fit. And I think it's fine. There are plenty of carts for the main game. And there are like 5 carts for the DLC, and the DLC is shorter, right? It's a mini campaign. So it's fine. So I'm thinking I'm going to keep those separate. That being said, you can access the boss fight in the arcade mode, and that is done with the character select screen. So you could theoretically access the boss fight on a DLC cart in the arcade cabinet. In arcade mode. You can access arcade mode in the retail version of the game as well. So we do need, I'm just realizing, yes, we do need the Hunter to be able to use the Moonlight on the DLC cards. So I'll need to be aware of that. Anyways, I think the only power-up left is the is Call Beyond. And by Call Beyond, I mean, obviously, of course, I mean Galaxy's End. Nope. Which I don't think has a model. No, it does. It's the little, does it have a model? It doesn't have a model. Right. And of course, we don't have animations for it. Okay, so we do have to do some animation. We're gonna have to animate Galaxy's End. So, we're playing as the hunter. We want to play as Victor. They'll both use the same animations. I might give Victor unique tricks compared to the hunter's tricks on the chariot to make him a little more unique. To like sell the fact that this is his cart, right?
This will help.
Yeah.
This cannot be.
Okay, yeah. So the game's broken now, right? So I can't use power-ups anymore. Like I'm tapping like the power-up button and it's not working. And I can't drop it, right? So I'm gonna take a quick power break. And when we get back, we're gonna finish up the animation for the Galaxy's End, and then we are going to add the chariot to the cart selection screen, and then I think we're done with the cart. So yeah, I'll be right back, everyone. Don't touch that dial. Hey chat, I'm back. Sorry it took so long. I also grabbed some snacks. They are crunchy, so hopefully I'll be able to strategically mute and unmute my mic while I partake in my crunchy snacks. Because you know, I think the last thing I'd want is to do free Bunleth ASMR. You'd have to pay for that shit. Strategic mic muting, yes. Okay, so Call Beyond. We're gonna open the Chariot's cart. Okay, so we have the motorcycle Call Beyond right here, or rig right here. The motorcycle animations. I don't have a model attached to it. That's fine. But the animation is, I believe, 6 frames long. Yeah. So that's the. So you hold down the power up button and your character raises her arms, like this, as you can see in this pose here. And then when you release, they crash their hands together and launch the spell. So we have 2 animations we need to do. So hold on, I'm just making sure there's no fires. Okay. So very simple. We're gonna grab the idol. Gonna hide you. Okay. And then we are going to create a new pose here. This is technically kind of impossible to do. There are plenty of things that this cart, like you wouldn't be able to take your hands off of a Segway, as far as I'm aware. I guess you can like push your pelvis up against it, but I don't want to worry about that. You know, we're breaking rules here. It's a PS1 game. Who cares? This isn't like a fucking hyper realistic, you know, PS5 10,000 terashits per megafart. We can break as many rules as we want. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay. This. Okay, I'm just gonna do a bunch of offsets to make it look less robotic. Does the bunny model have an industrial? Yes. That is the... I believe that's the only thing that Bunlith has that I don't. That's the only aspirational thing that Bunlith has. Outside of course, the ears and shit. I can't get those for real. Don't be a pedant. You know exactly what I'm talking about. So... Industrial is the industrial bar that goes in your ear, but getting an industrial bar is literally on my New Year's resolution. So yeah. Praise the sun! Praise the moon, actually. Okay. You know, I wonder if the, because this is obviously based on Call Beyond from Bloodborne. I wonder if the Call Beyond animation, which is, literally the same thing, put your hands up like this and then clasp them together. I wonder if that is vague, if that is inspired by Praise the Sun. I won't be too surprised. There, he'll push his pelvis up against the against the cart so he won't fall backwards. There, see, there you go. And let's rotate you back a little bit. Well, not that much. That. Okay, the racing animation is 16 frames, and the actual Call Beyond idol, the Galaxy's End idol, is 12. So we're gonna speed this animation up to fit. Okay, that's fine. Okay, but this is done. But this is only one of 2 animations. So let's do the actual animation now, which I forget how many frames it is. It is 48. So this is the animation for the bike. So chat, I'm going to be very clear. I'm going to be very open with you. I'm going to just copy these frames. It is basement. Never mind. We're too bad. Guess fine. I guess we won't be a fucking lazy dev. But the timing needs to be perfect though. So frustrating. Sorry, I'm like trying to stitch multiple animations together, the top half and the bottom half. The bottom half should be the default driving animation. Only his hands are really animating. Only his top half, his torso and his arms and his head are animating a unique animation. But I'm just struggling. So I just need to extend these animations to fit 48 frames. Okay. So excuse me while sorry, all this stuff is very weird and unique and complicated and bespoke, and it would take way too long for me to explain, so I'm really sorry. But I'm basically trying to make a new animation from 2 old animations and gluing them together in a kind of janky way, and then I will polish it and properly animate it. But I just want a good base to start from. Okay. So when you do the animation, obviously, of the actual spell cast, but I'm kind of just doing the base. So as you can see, this is the actual animation for the bike, right? Put the hands together, launch, and then go back to idle, right? So right now we just have the hands out. But the crashing the hands together, I think it's 4 frames. That's 3 frames, 2 frames even. Okay. So I just need to get the timing exactly right, because the sound effect, it all, every single Galaxy's End animation for every kart and racer is the same, and everything is, for balance and stuff, everything is to be timed exactly the same. So I just have this other one here for reference. There we go. Okay. A little bit of follow through here. This is a video game animation for, a zoomed out camera for a PS1 game. So it doesn't need to be the most polished thing ever. But, I do want to have a little bit of polish there. So just trying to smooth this out a little bit, make it look less robotic. Okay. The actual spell cast starts at frame 21 or 20. So this is where we get the kind of the recovery from the big. So you clap your hands together, your body reacts. After your hands connect, your body reacts. And you kind of, follow through, and then you were going to return back to the original pose. So I'm going to go back up. Like that. Right, so it hits, goes down, and then goes back up. Feels a little, you know, we want it to feel natural. The torso animation. Okay, and then and the spell is 3 frames for the actual cast, so the hands once again go down as it launches beams out of your hands. Silius Bear asks, how you learned game dev? Slowly, self-taught YouTube videos. I did take a course in college. Didn't really do much outside of introduce me to Unreal Engine and a community of friends who were also looking up YouTube videos. So just years and years and years and years of experience. I think I started game development. I fucked around in Game Maker when I was young, but I didn't start doing it seriously until and I did Little Big Planet as well. Little Big Planet 2, I would argue, is a game engine of some degree. Baby's first game engine, but you still were doing, AND gates and OR gates, and you're still doing logic and stuff. I had a rudimentary type of blueprints. But I started Unreal Engine, UDK, Unreal 3, whatever, using today's numbering system would be considered Unreal 3. In 2012, 2013? So 13 years at this point. 15 years? Impressive. If you say so. I don't doing something for a long time, I guess you can call it impressive. Well, thank you. Okay, and then we just return to idle, so we're just gonna grab the first frame from drive F. Or I guess the last frame. And then we need to use the actual root, the torso, pelvis motion. There we go. And of course the hands are kind of just awkwardly tweening in an unrealistic way, kind of doing like a autism hands here. So, and like clipping into his body. Let's do more. Rawr! I guess it'd be more outwards. Yeah, that looks better. So if you look at these side by side, right? They're basically identical, more or less. Outside of the fact that they're for different characters, right? For different vehicles. Okay, so let us get these exported. Shit. Shit. I accidentally double-clicked on the wrong thing. We're not gonna crash though. Blunder's a drama queen. Okay, I think I'm exporting every single animation on accident and every model available in this project. So I'm going to force close this. I clicked, you know, classic Windows. Click one button. You know, you click one wrong button and your entire thing is fucked. But we are going to count that. That's not a crash. That's a mistake. I don't know. It's not. No, a crash is something that I had no control over. I accidentally told Blender to export every single thing at once. It was just taking forever. I saved that, right? Uh-oh. Cool. Okay. We lost a couple minutes. We lost like 2 minutes of work. It's fine. Don't worry, chat. I have autosaves turned on. I have my backup stuff turned on. Sarah Foxy says hello. Hello. Okay, so Call Beyond. I'm gonna call Beyond. I mean Galaxy's End, of course. Chariot cart animation placeholder. Power-ups. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's good enough. Now we need to grab all the effects. I have plenty of effects. Yeah, now that there's effects, you understand what's going on here. Alright, let's get all these plugged in. So now we need to go to Chariot power-ups. We got attack. So this is the Kart. Kart Galaxies. I'm sorry, it's a bit loud. Okay. So that's plugged in into the montage, the animation list. But now I actually got to plug it in to Call Beyond Galaxy's End Release, which I believe is empty. No, I'm just here at empty. So we're going to grab our animation montage, plug it in, and then tell it. Very inefficient, but whatever. Okay, so the actual launch cast animation is plugged in. Now the idle animation. Whew, excuse me, where he just has his hands above his head. In the praise the sun style pose. That is not plugged in, so we're gonna plug that in next. So that would be in the animation blueprint. So we're going to go into the animation blueprint. Okay. Animation Blueprint Hunter Chariot. I'll open this up. So our power up is Galaxy's End, holding it normally, using item. Yeah, so that's obviously wrong. we have our, now we're gonna plug in our correct animation. Plug you in. Why are you popping like that? Okay, I gotta do some debugging here. What did I use to pick up VTuber? Blender, Aseprite, and Unity's tools. You know, you know. Have I ever tried animating within Unreal? That is impossible in the current version of Unreal that I'm using. Why are you in the cart? Why are you sitting? I have a bad animation plugged in somewhere. Why are you... yeah, okay. Sorry, chat. I'm gonna have to be doing some really annoying debugging and doing things I do not, to fix problems I'm not aware of. So unfortunately, I cannot explain things I'm not aware of. So I'm just gonna be kind of just jumping around, clicking random buttons, seemingly, until things start working. So I'm really sorry. This is gonna be extremely uninteresting for people uninformed. Here, let me just move this guy over here so we can at least watch him doing funny things. Okay. I'm gonna make a new hold idle animation. I'm reusing the Kart hold idle animation, but it's only animating his right arm. But the rest of the body is posed. It's not just a T-pose. And that is him sitting down in that pose. So I'm gonna just make a new hold power up. Of him standing properly. And hopefully that fixes the issue. Yep, that was it. Okay. That's simple. Of course, this animation's kind of lame. So let's do a proper one now. Bug successfully squashed. Okay.
This will help.
It is triggering the wrong animation. Don't worry, we'll fix that in a second. This animation is kind of just bad. Do you have any advice for queer people trying to learn programming? Just start. Don't worry about your first code being bad. Just start. Just do it. Nothing really inherently queer about that, but just fucking do it. Okay, now let's plug in the correct animation. Call beyond release. I do not know why the trails are black. Holy node graph, that's a lot of noodles. Yeah, that's what a finished game full of content looks like. Yeah, they're black. We changed to a completely different character in Kart. Hunter, Kart. What the hell was that? I'm gonna have to ask you to be a little more specific there. Things a mook would say. You're all black. Okay, it is a consistent bug, it seems like. What if we do, like, Onet Herman? That sudden fountain of blood. I don't understand what you mean. I'm really sorry. There are no fountains in this level. Okay, that's consistently broken. You mean the spell that kills you? It's the spell that kills you. It's the blue shell. The blood is coming from the spell that attacks you. I feel like it's pretty... I mean, it's... that... Is that not clear? Like, is this... To everyone else in chat, is it not clear that a spell is attacking me and causing blood to come out? Is that not clear enough? Am I a bad game developer? Probably confused because I'm casting on myself. Yeah, so it's... If, you know, in Mario Kart, theoretically, if you cast a blue shell in first place, you would attack yourself, right? That's what's happening. Okay, I think we're done with the chariot. Okay. Wonderful mouse is hype on that. I hope whatever bugs your face and hands are being solved quickly and easily for you. Thank you. Okay, so I think we're done with the gameplay. You assumed nothing would happen. I haven't played Mario Kart in a very long time, but I am pretty certain that it would just hit you. It'll just go forward and then immediately turn around and hit you. Okay, so I think I remember doing that when I was a kid, playing Mario Kart 64. Okay, so next up is adding it to the menu screen, right? So you can do it right now. You just have to pull the blue shell when you're way in the back from the item box and then race all the way to the first place and do it. Right, exactly. Okay, so we need to first things first, chat. We need to make the Hunter's Chariot unlockable. It'll be unlockable in the DLC campaign, but that doesn't exist yet. So the only other way to do it is with a cheat code. So we're gonna go to the cheat menu. New song. I'm kind of done with Zelda. Foregone Destruction. Why not? Another classic. Where is our cheat codes? Screen. Alright, here's cheat codes. So here's a cheat code that unlocks everything outside of Miralodia. Endgame unlocks are excluded. I think Miralodia, motorized wheelchair and baby carriage. Right. Okay. So we're gonna add. Interesting. Right, baby carrot. Okay, yeah. Anyways, okay. So now we're gonna add operating table, and then we're gonna add our Hunter Chariot, and I'm gonna add the baby carriage just so I can make sure we don't accidentally have it selected as Victor. Love his little sassy pose. Oh, excuse me. Okay. So the chariot should be unlocked now, but of course it's not actually in the select screen. So we're going to go to the Racer Kart select screen. Okay, so once again, the carts, these screens are really bad. Now, I guess the Hunter Chariot would be after Hunter Kart and Hunter Motorcycle if we're going to organize it in the list. Just because of the naming convention. I suppose. CubeHog says it's interesting how they've weighted the items in Mario Kart and similar games to prioritize fun over fairness. I guess so. Contentious to make a game not fair by design, but hey, that's the genre. I do think there's a better way to do it, but at that point, I don't know. The at that point, you're kind of changing the entire genre to be something else. Kind of? I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Alrighty, so let us add the Hunter Chariot. Okay. Where are the carts? Here we go. Okay, so we need an icon for the chariot. Okay, very easy. Very easy. We just do it's just a side angle pose, left to right. The icon size is 128 by 128. Okay. Just need to make an icon. Oh, it's to the right. Okay, 1 second. I'm spacing the wrong way. Where is my chariot? There you are. Am I tired? I'm always tired. That's my secret cap. He enjoyed the drums. I also enjoyed the drums. Okay. Hunter Chariot. I'm always tired. Just like Bruce Banner's I'm always angry. Yes, that was the reference. That was literally the reference. You caught the reference. Congratulations. You caught the reference from one of the most pop culture movies from the 2010s. Woohoo! How do you drive a birdcage? Why don't you download Nightmare Kart on Steam or itch.io and find out? You understood that reference. Oh my god, that's just like that scene from the Avengers. It's just like Avengers. Okay, so we're going to... Let's see here. Racer Kart select screen. Hunter Chariots. That should be it, I believe. Do 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 do. Cupehog says, replying to a question, what's the thing to read? Saying, Mario Kart item probability distributes as a tool. I think you're responding to the wrong comment there. They're asking what you were reading. That's what I read in the past. They are asking what you read. The question is, what did you read? That's what they're asking. Okay, so there's the, it says Beast Claws again. Yeah, what did you read? You said that is what I read. What did you read? Could you link to the material that you read? That is the question that was asked. And the Hunter Chariot, I guess, would be unlocked. Right. Hunter Chariot will be unlocked in the campaign. That will not be unlocked from the start. There seems to be so many essays, papers about this. Yes. The rubber banding on how power-ups work in Mario Kart is one of the most well-known and documented features of a game that isn't explicitly stated in the game itself. I want to say most everyone who has even a vague interest in Mario Kart knows about this. Everyone knows about this. We all know this. A gentleman, that's why I said most people, not everyone. But most people with a vague interest in Mario Kart knows that there's rubber banding going on. Hunter Chariot, okay. Now obviously needs to show up in the background. So that would be in the eraser screen. Hunter Kart to display. Lucian V Ghost, thank you so much for the rate of 10. Hello, 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 everybody. Okay, we should be good now. Get rated, nerd! Ah, ha, 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 ha. Splashdown, thank you so much for a rate of 7. mean, this seems fully featured. Damn, we're fucking going.
This will help. I will become the greatest.
We're playing at such a shitty frame rate, it keeps glitching out. It's so funny. Alrighty. I think that's it then. Look at him, so sassy on his cane. Okay, chat, I think we're gonna end here. It's been 4 hours. We did 3 of our 4 objectives, which was finish our 4 objectives, which was finish the 2 tracks, finish Victor, and finish the Hunter's Chariot. So we have, oh, you know, it still shows his stats on the bottom there. You know what, chat? Let's yeah, fuck it. Anyways, we'll fix that later. But yeah, that'll be it. Thank you so much, everyone. That was super fun. And I will see you all, hopefully. Will I be? Hold on. I might be in Washington next Sunday. Yes, I'm going to be at MagFest next Sunday, so there won't be a stream then. But hopefully, on the 18th, I'll be streaming. So I'll see you all later then. So peace out. Bye-bye.